Okay, good morning, everybody. We're going to start again. We got that little bit of sleep that needed. Get back and running. Let's hope that everything goes the way we want it. I'm hearing that they sent 700 Marines were deployed to support the National Guard. I don't have any idea how many National Guard members are there. I'm sure it's more than 700.
Okay.
Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday. We got the pride flag on top. At least it just sounds like fireworks. It doesn't sound like guns. What a noise, though. I guess when people are angry, that's what the main thing to do. You destroy everything. I agree with Gina Marie. Be safe, everyone. Be safe. On the upside, it looks like no, this is highlights from yesterday. It better not hurt Dale's donut. don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me either. Trivial mistakes. I don't know. It just looks like everybody was looking for a reason to blow up because it's June. That's what they do every June. People with no job. Man, they better not hurt Dale. That's all I know. Brown psyop sounds about right. No matter what, though, all of this attention being drawn to this, they're hiding something from us. They're doing something dirty and using it to hide it. All I know, this is better than the Kerry Reed crap. Nah, the Trump Epstein stuff isn't new. That's already been proven bullshit. Yeah, that was just dumb, stupid stuff. That was all psyop too, if you ask me. What was stupider than the Trump Elon fight was a bunch of these fake ass Republicans that swore they hated electric cars, now all of a sudden love Elon and love electric cars. I don't know what they need to do. I don't think they loaded up 7 or 8 buses last night of people they arrested. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find newer stuff. Give me a second, I found something. Damn it. Oh. No, this is not live. This is a replay of events yesterday. A lot of people didn't get to see them. You're right about that. Not to mention we spend all of our money everywhere else. And we don't want them to be here legal either. They've already proven that they're criminals. Why we want them to stay? Deporting is the best option.
Everybody knew. Individuals that I've spoke to that were in the Department of Defense said that this was the day that they were all dreading. Then we have a bigger problem. And if it can happen in Los Angeles, it can happen in any state in the union. With that, I'm going to pass it on to the next speaker, somebody who went to visit the detention facility, but also was a 911 dispatcher in Los Angeles during the 1992 riots. And she can also help kind of give you a taste of what it was really like when something is out of control. With that, Norma Torres from Pomona, California.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good morning, everyone. Since Friday, ICE has indiscriminately been conducting violent raids in California and illegally detaining people without warrants. As reports came out of the Roybal Federal Building, my colleagues, Representative Jimmy Gomez, Lou Correa, Luz Rivas, and I were illegally denied entry to inspect conditions and to receive a briefing as to the violent encounter that had occurred the night before.
You'll be all right.
The conditions that we have been told that these migrants are being held under are
They're
nothing
illegal aliens. They're
more
not
than
migrants.
inhumane. President Trump's administration is escalating. It is anti-immigrant agenda in dangerous and unacceptable ways, from calls to mass deportations to the revival of family separation tactics, deploying the military on our streets. These conditions threaten the very fabric of our community. DHS and ICE are emboldened by this administration. They are operating outside of constitutional bounds. They are denying congressional oversight, using chemical agents against members of Congress, our staff, and targeting Latino neighborhoods with impunity. This is no longer about immigration policy. It is about human dignity and the rule of law. We are witnessing ICE ignoring federal laws designed to protect families. We are also seeing people going missing, families being torn apart, and even American citizens being wrongfully detained, caught up in the racial profiling. I demand accountability from DHS and Trump's political appointees for their blatant violations and obstruction of Congress. And I do not condone violence either. And I believe that our local elected officials and the local law enforcement agencies are more than capable of holding down the line and bringing back. As a former 911 dispatcher, I have served this city for 17 and a half years. I have heard some of the worst things unfold in my ears. And yes, I worked through the civil unrest, and also I have worked through when the courts finally gave a result on whether the people that the officers were guilty or not of the Rodney King beating. Those were violent times in the city of Los Angeles. During that time, the city of Los Angeles did request the National Guard. The National Guard did go to Los Angeles. They were standing in corners without weapons, in uniform, trying to show support for the community, show stability, and bring and calm down the situation. That is what we need. We don't need agents and unresponsive to any of the local calls in our communities to be in our community creating this chaos that they have started. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce a senior member of the California delegation, Mike Thompson.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to join with my colleagues from the Los Angeles area and throughout the state in opposition to what's going on. And it's important to note, as has been said already, the city of Los Angeles has not asked for the National Guard, and the governor of the state of California has not asked for the National Guard. In your protest, if you're causing damage, if you're attacking people, you most certainly should be arrested and you should be held accountable. But the protesters are there. They're protesting peacefully. It is a constitutional right to do this. And this individual in the White House needs to get the National Guard out of there. All they are doing is escalating this situation.
With that, I would like to introduce Judy Chu from San Gabriel Valley.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu from the Pasadena area of Los Angeles County. On Saturday, I got a call from advocates sick with worry about the fate of those arrested in the massive LA raids Friday. Family members and lawyers could not contact them. They did not know whether the detainees had food or medicine. Eyewitnesses had seen multiple vans taking detained immigrants from the Metropolitan Detention Center to the Adelanto Detention Center. They asked us, the members of Congress, to investigate, as is our right to do. So on Sunday morning, Congress members Gil Cisneros, Derek Tran, and I went to Adelanto to conduct our congressional oversight and ensure that these detainees were receiving due process. But as we pulled up to the front and were about to enter, ICE actually closed the chain link fences right in front of our eyes.
Oh, no.
Gates with chains, refusing to let us in. The law says that members of Congress can conduct oversight in any facility with detainees controlled by the Department of Homeland Security. But it is obvious that ICE and GEO, the private prison company of Adelanto, believe that they are above the law, and it is obvious that they have this attitude because Trump believes he is above the law. It is outrageous. What is happening in Los Angeles is a manufactured crisis by Trump, all done while flaunting the law. He is the one that conducted these massive raids without warrants, without names on these warrants. The protests were inevitable. And now, because the protests are happening, Trump sent in the National Guard without the governor's approval. On top of that, he's sending in the Marines and threatening to arrest a sitting governor. This is unprecedented, dangerous, and authoritarian. The presence of the National Guard and the Marines is meant to sow chaos. It escalates violence, not de-escalate. But de-escalation is what we need, and our local law enforcement is more than capable.
I'd like to introduce Jimmy Panetta. He is a veteran, and he's also from Northern California. Jimmy.
Thank you, Representative Gomez, for sharing the stage with your Northern California brethren. I want to thank all of my Southern California and California members who are here today. Look, let me simplify it. This is about retribution, it's about provocation, and it's about distraction. It's about retribution because Donald Trump does not like California. He does not like our policies. He does not like our politics. But you know what? That's okay, because clearly, based on the election, California does not like the personality, the narcissistic personality of Donald Trump, and we clearly do not like his policies. This is about provocation. It was Donald Trump who sent in the military to a peaceful protest. It was about Donald Trump who sent in the military to basically stir things up and give him the image and give him the fight and give him the pictures that he wants. And this is about covering up. This is about distraction. It's about distracting from his failed domestic policies. It's about distracting from his failed foreign policies. And it's about distracting from a pathetic row between the President of the United States and the richest man in the world. When it comes to Californians, we will continue to protest, and we will continue to do it in a peaceful way. And those who don't are going to pay the consequences. Because when it comes to Californians, we support immigrants. And yes, we support the Constitution. So we will stand with the protesters who do it in a peaceful way and continue to push back on this administration. And we will stand shoulder to shoulder, as you see up here today, because we are willing to go toe-to-toe with the President of the United States. Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce Speaker Emerita to say a few words.
Thank you, Congressman Gomez, for putting this letter together and bringing us together this morning. I listened in traffic. Mind you, for what they had planned for the weekend, they had blocked off a whole lane of traffic. So it took, what takes 8 minutes took a half an hour to get here. Happy birthday to you, too. But in any event, thank you. And I could hear by my staff's phone what others have said.
Yeah, that's awful early would be that drunk.
Here's the thing. The president has said he can't send in the guard without the governor's agreement, permission. The president has said, I don't know if I have to obey the Constitution. I hope the president would read Article 10 of the Constitution, and I urge all of you to do that as well, because Section 12046 of Article 10 says that the National Guard cannot be called up by the president without the consent of the governor. So that is the basis under which he's proceeding. That is the basis on which the governor of California is suing. Really, I think it's really important for people to know how this came to be. Raids that they were holding, situations where if you are, your case is not settled, if you're still out there and haven't had a resolution of your status, you have to, by law, report in on a regular basis. You are obeying the law. And now they are deporting people for obeying the law. So as others have said, it's a distraction. It's really stupid, because we understand that we are a nation of immigrants. We want people to have a facilitation of their status. We do not want any violent protest, and that would be addressed for those who are acting violently. I do want to say two more things. One is, and I say this as a former party chair, when there is a gathering, a large gathering of people, the anarchists see it as an opportunity and they move in. So always have to be careful whether you see a burned car or a broken window or whatever it is. It may be the exuberance of the moment, but it may be the anarchist setting in. I heard one of the former police chiefs of Los Angeles speak about this on Sunday. Secondly, and you know this to be true, and I haven't seen it really reflected so much in the press, in a bipartisan way, on January 6th, with violence against the Constitution, against the Congress, and against the United States Capitol, we begged the President of the United States to send in the National Guard. He would not do it. Not only would he not do it, when law enforcement people were being harmed, some later died, he would not send it in when an instigation that an insurrection that he incited was causing damage to those assigned to protect the Capitol and the Constitution that day, to accept the results of the Electoral College. That day, he didn't do it. He forgave those people. Now his people want to raise money for them, and yet, in a contra-constitutional way, he has sent the National Guard into California. Mr. Gomez, for bringing us together.
Thank you, Speaker Merida. Now, I'd like to introduce Nanette Barragan.
Thank you. I'm Congressmember Nanette Barragan. I represent California's 44th District.
They won't serve the dudes there. She can't go to a
On
nursing home.
Saturday morning, the protest started. Where on Saturday morning, you had ICE agents beginning to stage what was believed to be an enforcement activity at the Home Depot lot across the street. They were going to look for people looking for work, not for criminals, but for people looking for work. Word got out, and protesters showed up to protest. Now, it started peacefully, and we saw the agents, the federal agents, the ICE agents, use tear gas, use pellets, and that, of course, inflamed the situation even more. I talked to the Sheriff's Department, who said they got a call around 10 a.m. They had no notice, they had no heads up, so they had to mobilize other officers before they could even respond. Now, we've seen an image of somebody who was violent that day, and we all condemn the violence, and those people should be prosecuted. We do not support that. But the peaceful protesters that were there, they were tear gassed, they had the pellets shot at them. That's not right, and that's not what this country is about. That evening on Saturday, around 8 p.m., I spoke to the Paramount Police Department, the sheriffs there, and the situation was mostly under control. There was a few people left. They had gotten the ICE agents out and they had left the situation. What occurred was across the way in Compton, across from the bridge there, people started to show out. And we saw some of the evening crowd start doing things like property damage. And again, these are folks that we don't agree with and we condemn. The police department was very clear We don't need help. We have this under control. And the sheriffs in Paramount got it under control. Overnight in Los Angeles, the LAPD got it under control as well and cleared out the situation. And then all of a sudden, we know this is intended to create chaos, to escalate the tensions, and those tensions have now risen. But we also saw yesterday peaceful protests and what that means. You don't see those images on the television because, as a reporter told me yesterday on television, nobody wants to cover a plane that lands safely. They want to cover the images of the violence, which is a small portion of downtown Los Angeles. So I just continue to reiterate that. Listen to the words of this administration. They're using words like insurrection. They're using words like invasion, because I believe this is their way to lay down the groundwork to try to have martial law and invoke the Insurrection Act. And I think that's a concern. And remember, this is an order not just for California, but for this entire country. And they can send people anywhere. And that is dangerous, it's wrong, and we'll continue to stand up and oppose it. Thank you.
Next, Representative Mike Levin.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good morning, everybody. For the past 6.5 years, I've had
here,
the honor to represent our Marines and sailors on Camp Pendleton. And during my time in Congress, I've fought for them, I've fought for their families, I've fought for our veterans to ensure that our service members are the most prepared anywhere in the world. And through my work, I've had the privilege of meeting with so many Marines stationed right at Camp Pendleton and the surrounding communities. And I can tell you that none of them signed up for what the Trump administration is doing right now. Our Marines did not sign up to repress civilians. They didn't sign up to be used as pawns in a political agenda. The decision to deploy Marines to Los Angeles is an abuse of power. Full stop. The state of California, as has been said, neither requested the National Guard nor the Marines. The president sent them anyway. And it's all about power. Let me be very clear, as my colleagues have said, we all support the right to peaceful protest. It's essential for a healthy democracy. We strongly condemn the agitators who are committing acts of violence. Their behavior is completely unacceptable. And they're giving people like Stephen Miller exactly the images that they want. And that makes it even easier to then pick a fight over political retribution. But by sending the Marines to Los Angeles, the president is fanning the flames of a very delicate situation. He wants the protests to spiral so he can crack down even further. I'll always support our service members. And the vast majority of Marines are not trained for this. They're training for non-lethal weapons and for crowd control and for civil disobedience. It's happening right now because they haven't had it before. It's a total of 4 days that they're training for this purpose. It's dangerous. It threatens the very apolitical nature of our armed forces. Again, the president's sending Marines into a state that has not asked for their help, into a situation they're not trained for. I'm concerned this is not going to end well. We're going to continue to fight back against it in every way that we can. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Mike. Now, another member from the LA area, Luis Rivas.
Thank you, Congressman Gomez and my California colleagues. What Congressman Gomez, Torres, Perea, and I saw on Saturday and experienced while we visited the detention center in downtown Los Angeles was a stain on the values and on our country. Our communities are living in fear. And what they experienced this weekend was a crisis manufactured by Trump. It was unfortunate to watch what was happening. We were not let in. We were not allowed to fulfill our duty as Congress members to conduct oversight visits. And we met many families there that were and attorneys of the detainees attempting to go in. And the way it was handled, even spraying some chemical agent at us, was horrible. Knowing that there were members of Congress outside of that detention center and they're willing to do that, imagine what they're willing to do to Americans. The protests that are happening in Los Angeles, like my colleagues have mentioned, we all condemn violence. We all condemn violence, but Los Angeles, I was born and raised in the city of Los Angeles. I still live in the city of Los Angeles. I have seen many, protests and unrest throughout my life. And this one is happening in like 3 small blocks in downtown Los Angeles. The images that we see on the media, of course, unfortunately, are people that are hijacking this for their own cause, but for the most part have been peaceful. The law enforcement of Los Angeles can handle this. There was no need to call in the National Guard, and I support the governor in his request to rescind that today. So I join my colleagues to condemn what is happening and to support Californians and Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we're running out of time in the room, I want to start taking some questions if people have it, and then some of the members who haven't spoke will be able to jump in and answer some of those questions. Go ahead.
A recent CBS YouGov poll found that 54% of Americans support the administration's deportation of illegal immigrants in the United States. Is the Democratic Party in any way out of touch with voters on this issue?
If you really start digging into the polling, it shows that it's when you start pointing out who it is, right? That if it's a mom that's been here, that's sought asylum, that's gone through the process, that it's children, then all of a sudden they don't support the deportation of those individuals. Donald Trump sold it as going after criminals, but they're going to Home Depots and car washes and restaurants. I don't know how many MS-13 members are working at car washes, Home Depots, and restaurants. So, and that's why you see the backlash of like the individual who was detained that was a restaurant worker in a red state, in a red city, and then all of a sudden her community came forward to help advocate for her. So I think that the Democrats understand that it's not about all immigrants. It's that how Donald Trump's trying to portray immigrants. Next question. Go ahead.
Senator Fetterman tweeted, posted on X, he said, "My party loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement." How would you react?
Well,
we all condemn that.
so go ahead.
I wanted to ask, I know you touched on this a little bit, but the president joking about arresting Governor Newsom.
I don't
Not
think
a
that was a
joke.
joke.
That was not a
wasn't a
joke.
joke.
I mean, speak to that, the concern that this is.
I would say I'm against arresting any of the most prominent elected officials in this country. But if you're going to elect a prominent elected official, start with the one with 34 felony convictions.
Let's also be clear, then the
Come here.
borders are said that he wasn't going to do it. Because obviously, if they did arrest Gavin Newsom, then it would change the narrative. And then it would be about the illegal arrest of a sitting governor who was elected by the majority of voters in the state of California, and not about a felon who is in the White House who is manufacturing chaos to distract from the fact that he is cutting hundreds of billions of dollars in needed programs.
Well, that was
will kill people.
in
This
the
is
Marines
about
for
if it
24
bleeds, it
years, my man,
leads.
and there's a lot of Democrats.
So he
in the
has
Marines.
created and manufactured violence so that he can have a show on the television. But other people, older people, folks who are disabled, young people are going to be bleeding when Medicaid gets cut, when people are evicted from their homes. And this has been an illegal deployment of the Marines and the National Guards without the request or the consent of the sitting mayor and the sitting governor of the state of California.
So are you suggesting this is
So what we're talking about here is bad faith enforcement of our immigration laws. As the Speaker Emerita alluded to, people have to check in. People are following the law when their cases have not been fully adjudicated, and ICE is doing something unprecedented. They are arresting and deporting people who are following the law. That has understandably created people who have been put in an impossible situation. Americans do want our immigration laws enforced, but they're also fair. They don't like unfairness. They don't like people being denied due process rights. And that's what's actually going on also here when people show up to their hearings and then thinking they're obeying the law, and then seeing their families being arrested and taken away, or showing up to schools and parents separated from their kids. This is going to inflame communities. These are intentional acts of inflammation by this administration. They need to pull back. They need to pull back the National Guard, and they need to rein in ICE's inflammatory tactics.
Are you suggesting that this is a distraction from the big, beautiful bill
Well,
and the
Yes,
Go ahead. All right, right here.
Now, you mentioned that you want to have the National Guard withdrawn, you don't want the National Guard to be involved in this. You also mentioned the insurrection, so to speak, on January 6th. That was back when the National Guard was pulled back and was waiting for a long period of time, and then there was a big investigation that was put into that, and people said, "Where's the National Guard? We're having all these rioters who came into the Capitol. Where is the National Guard?" Then all of a sudden, here we had the National Guard that wasn't in there.
Well, you're right about that part.
I think that a lot of rioters and a lot of violence that was going on there that you're calling peaceful protesters. A lot of people didn't see that on the TV screens. So either you don't have the National Guard that didn't come in on time on January 6th, or you do have the National Guard where there was violence. We did see it on our TV screens. What do you want?
So, wait a second. So on January 6th, I was here. There was 50,000 people outside. They were scaling the walls. They were bashing in, breaking in with members of Congress trapped in the gallery, including myself, including a lot of the people here. That was a dire situation where the police were run over. People were beaten with. And the difference is Speaker Pelosi asked for help. Very different situation. And here's the thing. Donald Trump is the one.
I'm not entirely sure. They're all representatives of California.
And here's what's also going on. How many police officers have died in LA? 0. How many people died on January 6th? 5. How many people their heads were beaten in here? At least 1 or 2 or maybe more, right? There was so when people say that it's Democrats are being not consistent is completely wrong. Next question.
Can we get their outlet when they ask a question?
Yeah.
Why address this as a distraction from the big beautiful bill and must instead of treating it as a goal unto its own?
Who are you with again?
I'm Blue Charles with Reuters, sir.
Who wants to answer that?
Anybody?
The distraction question.
Instead of
I think there's some difference of opinion here as to what Trump is trying to distract us from. But it's clear that that's what he's doing, and he can
Yes, from the same state,
create so
California.
much inflammation in Los Angeles and then say, oh, well, now there's a riot that I've created. I think what he's trying to distract us from is the most embarrassing big bromance blowout in history, but more importantly, the biggest amount of corruption since the privatization of the Soviet Union. The $400 million plane, the $300 million from Chinese interests into Trump coin, and the $2 billion from Abu Dhabi into his Trump stablecoin. That we shouldn't be having this press conference here. We should be having charts showing you the levels of corruption that we've seen in the Trump administration. But Trump thinks he can win by tearing down the city of Los Angeles.
next question.
Hi, I'm with Notice. So right now, we've seen that the Trump administration is kind of doing this thing of going after Democratic elected officials. So the charges against Congressman McIver, the arrest against the Newark mayor, and now we have that threat against Governor Newsom. So is there any concerns now that that's going to be kind of become the new normal?
Happy to help.
Concern that any one of your Democratic colleagues from here in Congress and just anybody in the party, any official, could be next.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're most likely to go after you next. So you want to?
A couple of things here. I got a lot of calls about the arrest of David Werta, who's one of our
Oh, wow, I had no idea Michelle Obama was going to be there.
at SEIU. And so this started on Saturday. It was mentioned here several times that they were in South LA. They were in my district. They were in our district. They were in Paramount. They were in Lenox, and they were in Compton, California. And they were roughing up. They were basically raiding. They were doing anything that they could to get the numbers that the president wants to prove what he said he was going to do when he was campaigning. He was going to get millions deported. And so you all know, how many know that Los Angeles is a sanctuary city? First, do you know that? How many of you know and understand that those people who are on the ground, who are seeing what is going on, should be paid attention to? I don't like the idea that the minute the president says there's violence, the press kind of responds to that. I was on the ground. I went on the ground on Sunday. I went to downtown detention center to try and get in. They slammed the door in my face. There were few people outside. They were not protesting, but guess who really had the attention? It was the National Guard, armed with huge, look like AK-47, huge weapons pointed at the people on the sidewalk who were barely protesting at all. And analyze this, and you see this. You're going to not understand when martial law is called. You know what is about to happen? I tell you what is about to happen. The National Guard is the first call out. The Marines, the second call out. Doesn't that cause you to wonder, why are we getting all of these armed forces out when the protests, and even those who were out of step with what we are advocating, peaceful protest, did not create any violence? Nobody was shot, nobody was killed. Get it in your head. And so when martial law is called, what are you going to say? I missed the point. Don't miss the point, you all. Don't think that somehow, because they called out the National Guard, there was violence. There was no violence. I was on the street. I know. And I went from
burning cars wasn't violent?
out into the community, talking to people,
Okay.
what happened in Paramount, what happened in Compton, what happened in Inglewood. So, first of all,
Setting everything on fire isn't violent?
don't just rely on what you're being told or the few incidents that you saw.
So adding on to it, the arresting of a member of Congress, threatening to arrest an individual is all part of a pattern of a president that is outside the bounds of the law. You know, when it comes to the elected officials, when it comes to attacking the courts, trying to impeach judges, ignoring court orders, sending in the military, nationalizing or federalizing the National Guard, that is the dark path that we are talking about. That is the path we are on, where he will end up in a place where he ends up calling martial law, unless the American people see that what's going on in California is an excuse to test the bounds of his authority or break those bounds completely.
Jimmy, just to back up what Maxine's saying. So we received a briefing from the general who commands our
It
National
looks like
Guard.
an avocado.
I asked him in that briefing, is there any coordination between the now federalized National Guard and Los Angeles and state officials? He was at pains to say he didn't see any. Of the 2,000. That's the number you're throwing out there. That's the big dramatic number. 2,000 National Guard nationalized. Do you know how much? Do you know how many that our general reported actually being used? 1,600 are actually staying. They're not being used. They're not been tapped. About 325. 3 different locations, 50 guard at a time at each location, being replaced after 12-hour shifts. 150 people. Then he justifies another 700 Marines? Come on, press corps. Ask your questions.
Right.
Get the reporting straight.
Right.
You're reporting 2,000 sent to California, 700 Marines. This is ridiculous. This is nothing. This is much ado about nothing that this president's created. It's all a sham. Our people are seeing through it. You've got to help get the truth out there.
That's right, absolutely.
Can I just add 10 seconds really quick? I also want to highlight, as what's been pointed out, the pattern. It's even the attack on the press. We have seen in the coverage of the LA, of what's happening right now in Los Angeles, is a reporter from NBC who had a press vest on, saying he was the press, being roughed up, told he had to leave. Last night we saw a CNN reporter who was luckily on air, who was called over. They started to arrest him and then told him that he had to get out. And we've seen clips of the reporters who are doing live shots, doing nothing, not even protesting, they're reporting, and they're being shot with pellets. Okay, and those are the ones that we have documentation of. So these are reporters. These are your colleagues, and they're going after you too. And we know this president has thrown out the press that he doesn't like when they're reporting from the Oval Office. So this is a pattern of going down the road of being a dictator.
And someone should be asking how much all this is costing.
Yeah. So I want to, I actually have to go to, I'm on the House Intelligence Committee, so I have to go run, but I'm going to let Mike Levine.
One thing.
Okay.
Hi, Laura Friedman from Los Angeles. I just want to add a little anecdote about the effect of bringing the Marines in and bringing the National Guard in. So I'm a mom. I'm in a mom's group on Facebook. You know, a bunch of non-political moms chatter about all kinds of stuff. Going into the weekend, the chatter turned to the raids. These are mostly American citizen moms, I'm assuming, you know, in suburban Los Angeles, very concerned about the raids, felt it was inhumane, have seen kids pulled out of school. We saw a huge reduction of kids going to school in Los Angeles. So they wanted to help. They were asking, where do we go to protest?
So they rioted.
In the last day, the talk that I have seen in this group is that they're afraid of their own government. They haven't been saying they're afraid of the guys, of the bozos that we see throwing rocks, you know, who need to go to jail, they need to get arrested, totally unacceptable, they're putting everyone in danger. But they're afraid that they're gonna get shot by the National Guard. They're asking each other, are the Marines gonna have live ammunition? Are they gonna be shooting into the crowd? There's an effect here of chilling Americans' ability to exercise their First Amendment rights and protest. This is a bunch of moms who want to support their undocumented community members who are now scared to go to protests here in America. That's the effect that these policies from this president are having.
Well, it's the protesters that they should be scared of, lady.
That should be a bigger story. And they're asking each other, is it safe to go? I just want to go and stand and hold a sign. Are they going to arrest me? Are they going to shoot at me? That should be something that gives all of us pause in this moment. Thanks.
Just following up on the use of the Marines, I hope you asked the tough questions. What are the rules of engagement and what is the legal authority? I can tell you the legal authority is a gray area at best. The Marines are only able to protect the federal property and federal personnel unless the president invokes the Insurrection Act, which he has not done. I have tried to find a legal authority. The closest we've come is a memo from 1971 used during the Nixon administration. There's no section relevant in the United States Code. The section relied on for use of the National Guard is solely for purposes of the use of the National Guard. So I asked that question. And as far as the rules of engagement, these are Marines who are trained in lethality. This is the most lethal fighting force in the world. They're not trained in the use of non-lethal weapons. They're not trained for civil disobedience. They're not trained for crowd control. Ask the questions. What are the rules of engagement? What is the legal authority? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Some of these members will stay behind and answer some questions. Thank you.
Now.
I'd like to know where he received his Marine training. Because they failed him.
Okay. Quiero decir que nuestra comunidad en Los Ángeles, en California, en los Estados Unidos, tenemos muchos preocupaciones que este presidente va a hacer algo que no va a cambiar nuestro país para siempre. Y yo creo que si hace, va a usar el Insurrection Act, eso va a hacer mucho daño a nuestra comunidad, pero va a hacer mucho daño a nuestro país, a nuestra democracia, va a hacer mucho daño a nuestro gobierno, porque gente va a creer que en este país no, ya no es un democracia, es un país que es de una persona, y eso es Donald Trump. Y esa persona ya no está obligado a seguir el ley. Nosotros tenemos muchos, estamos preocupados con esto, pero vamos a luchar cada día que nuestra comunidad, para el país, sabe qué está pasando. Gracias. Thank you.
Good. Sounds good.
And with that said, how was that audio-wise for you guys? All good? Yep. Good, 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 good. Cool. Groovy.
I'm just gonna ask because he's gonna leave. I just saw him on the side of the stairs. So I was like, oh yeah. I went to him and he did. All right.
Department of Defense said that this was the day that they were all dreading, then we have a bigger problem. And if it can happen in Los Angeles, it can happen in any state in the union. With that, I'm going to pass it on to the next speaker, somebody who went to visit the detention facility, but also was a 911 dispatcher in Los Angeles during the 1992 riots. And she can also help kind of give you a taste of what it was really like when something is out of control. With that, Norma Torres from Pomona, California.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good morning, everyone. Since Friday, ICE has indiscriminately been conducting violent raids in California and illegally detaining people without warrants. As reports came out of the Roybal Federal Building, my colleagues, Representative Jimmy Gomez,
I'll play a little bit of this for the people that missed it the first time.
and I were illegally denied entry to inspect conditions and to receive a briefing as to the violent encounter.
Actually, no, I want to go back
that
to the
occurred
National
night
Guard.
before. The conditions that we have been told that these migrants are being held under are nothing
Boy, those local police sure do eat well.
Ok, grabando 5. ¿No querés irte donde ellos? Yo digo que solo limpia, después si querés el auto lo hacemos para. Pero mira dónde te pones. No quites para acá y te vas a más también. Te voy a hablar de la guardia. A diferencia de ayer, ya aquí la calle Alameda. A diferencia de ayer, ya la calle.
That would be kind of funny.
Huerta también agregó que este tiene que ser un frente de diferentes ejes, ya que al interior de la cárcel donde él estuvo, vio que había inmigrantes de Francia, de Asia y de otras nacionalidades, pero también agregó que hay que hacerlo de forma pacífica. Estas personas las autoridades locales han tenido que denunciar acciones de emergencia, pero así que ellos permiten la protesta por siempre cuando sea
It looks like a big old replay of yesterday is what it looks like. Everybody's just, he's trying to, he's saying hi to his police buddies. They got to be bored out of their minds. These guys are National Guard. They're not brainwashed. They're not there enough to be brainwashed. Third time that coach passed by. Probably has vodka in that glass. I don't think it's cool enough out there for him to be wearing that jacket. He probably bought it from the Goodwill. Well, that got their attention. Where is Greta Thunberg with all this black pollution going everywhere? I don't know, Shane. I'm pretty sure they're getting. I'm pretty sure they're getting paid by somebody. Everybody I know has got jobs. Someone's paying them to protest. Somebody's bringing in all those blocks and bricks.
Now we intermix communities with above-ground power lines. This can lead to dangerous situations. So President Trump committed to us doing fire management. We'll reduce that fire load. In addition to that, there's a proposal, which Russ has included in the President's OMB budget for the unification, because between Secretary Rollins and the U.S. Forest Service across Interior, we have 4 different firefighting groups across U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Bureau of Land Management, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the National Park Service. These 5 groups under the proposal are going to be unified in terms of their leadership, and so we've got consistent strategies and consistent tactics. But then when we have these thousands of people that are out there fighting fires and putting their lives at work to protect our communities, we also have to step up, as President Trump knows with our military. We've got to make sure that these brave firefighters are out there actually have the same equipment. In some cases, we're decades behind in terms of giving them the technology they need for either early detection or for saving their own lives. We've got some great examples of where we have good collaboration going between the federal government in Alaska, the state of Alaska, for example, and then also at the National Interagency Fire Center in Idaho, where we are already coordinating. Brooke and I have already held a joint briefing with the fire leaders about this fire season. So we'll continue to unify this work, but we have to work with the states because this year there have been 1.2 million acres already burned. Only 25% of that's been on federal. The other 75% has been on state lands or private lands. And so together we have to work to protect America's resources. And under President Trump's leadership, we've got the guidance through the EOs to make that happen.
Thank you very much, Doug. He's doing a great job. They all are. Russell, vote.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. President. From a funding perspective, the accounts that support the important work that these cabinet secretaries are doing are funded. They're flush. The main one, the Disaster Relief Fund, has $13 billion. It's projected to get us all the way into the end of the fiscal year. So we're in a very good place, and the President has personally been a steward of the taxpayer resources on every one of the expenses that the states have come in for to put us in the position where we are ready for this season. Thank you.
Great job. Thanks, Russ.
Yeah, Mr. President, we are in hurricane season right now. It will last for the next several months, and we are prepared for what is coming. We are anticipating that we will have higher than usual activity during this hurricane season. We could have 3 to 5 major storms, up to a dozen other hurricane level thresholds that we will meet throughout this season. And FEMA stands prepared and has been working with all of our regions on training, pre-deploying resources, making sure that individuals are out there ready to respond to each state as they bring the necessary resources to take care of their people. But also, sir, you've been very clear that you want to see FEMA eliminated as it exists today. So I'm preparing all of these governors that they will have more control over the decisions on how they respond to their communities so that it can help it happen faster, that they can pre-deploy resources and help coordinate on communication as well. So while we are running this hurricane season, making sure that we have pre-staged and worked with the regions that are traditionally hit in these areas, we're also building communication and mutual aid agreements among states to respond to each other so that they can stand on their own 2 feet with the federal government coming in catastrophic circumstances with funding. But we all know from the past that FEMA has failed thousands, if not millions of people. And President Trump does not want to see that continue into the future. So this agency fundamentally needs to go away as it exists. And we need to have a response to states that supports them when terrible things come and when the worst day of their lives happens, to where the financial resources are there, but they have decision-making power right there in the state to respond. So the next several months, we expect it to be high activity, and the federal government is here to support the people of the United States with President Trump's leadership. While he's doing that, he's also going to make sure that they're better set up for the future so that they have the ability to really take care of their families when a crisis or a terrible storm does hit. We've got many governors that just recently had terrible, tragic losses from tornadoes, from other events that went through their states, and FEMA was extremely responsive, and they've all been very happy. I think, Mr. President, you even spoke to one of those governors this morning, who is very happy, and the Missouri governor as well, who is very happy. As soon as something happens in their state, I'm in direct communication with the governors to make sure they have what they need, but also making sure that they have the ability to make decisions to respond to the people that live in their states.
Thank you very much, great job, everybody. So we want to wean off of FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level. A little bit like education, we're moving it back to the states so the governors can handle it. That's why they're governors now. If they can't handle it, they shouldn't be governor. But these governors can handle it, and they'll work in conjunction with other governors. They'll give each other a hand. But the FEMA thing has not been a very successful experiment, very, very expensive, and it doesn't get the job done. You saw what happened in North Carolina under the past administration. And when we got in, we did a great job for North Carolina, brought it back, but it was a disaster, FEMA. And it has not worked out well. It's extremely expensive. And again, when you have a tornado or a hurricane or you have a problem of any kind in a state, that's what you have governors for. They're supposed to fix those problems. And it's much more local, and they'll develop a system, and I think it'll be a great system. And also when it comes to forest fires. So for years, I've been meeting with heads of other countries, and they are forest countries. They call themselves forest, Austria and others. And they say, we're a forest nation. We live in a forest, and they don't have forest fires. And in one case, he said, you know, our trees are much more flammable than California, but we don't have forest fires because we clean the floor, we sweep the floor of leaves, of dead debris, of trees that fall, because after 18 months, a tree is like it's like tinderwood, and it goes up, it virtually explodes. Well, we don't take the trees out. California is a disaster, what they've done in California. They don't do anything. And if you did, you almost would not have forest fires. And you could say in theory, you shouldn't have any forest fires. And we spend billions and billions of dollars a year because people don't clean the forests. And we're going to clean the forests. We're going to start cleaning them. We're going to get rid of dead wood. The environmentalists say, oh no, let it regenerate. It doesn't regenerate. It just sits there and it usually catches fire. And we're going to have a whole new system, and it's called forest management. And if you look at some of these countries in Europe and other places that literally live in forests, very flammable forests, and they don't have problems. And they call me, they don't even know how it's possible that we can have the fires that we have. And the people behind me know that very well, and we're going to start working on that system. And we're going to save a lot of trees. We're also going to cut down trees and replant new trees. And that whole industry is going to be growing because we don't need the help of anybody. We have just about more, or as much, but more than almost anybody else in terms of lumber and wood. So we're going to be doing some great work having to do with forest fires. It's going to start effective, really, it started a few months ago. And it's forest management. And Doug, I think you're really the head of that. Interiors, I guess you're the largest landlord perhaps anywhere in the world, I understand. That's a very good, that's a nice position. You may want to just give a few words on the cleaning of the floor of the forests.
Well, happy to do that. And of course, as President Trump had said, yes, between Interior and Forest Service, it was just part of USDA, 700 million acres of surface area, much of that is in forest land. That is a tremendous resource. It's part of America's balance sheet. When we let it burn, then we actually have to spend money coming through FEMA and other places. So we spend taxpayer dollars cleaning up a mess that could have been prevented. Under President Trump, when we get back into the timber business, which up to 30 years ago, we were one of the great timber producers in the world. The communities thrived in these rural communities. We had lumber mills, we had manufacturing, we had furniture makers in this country. All of that went away when we stopped harvesting our own timber. And today we import about as much timber as we used to harvest ourselves. If we can get back in the timber business, that can help on the balance of trade, reduce imports from foreign countries, and have American jobs. But to make that all happen, again, under President Trump's leadership, we have to get back in the timber business and get back in the game. And when we do that, we have to make sure that we're doing prevention, not just fighting fires after they all get out of control. And so again, working with OMB and others to make sure that we've got the budget for doing the prevention work and the forest management upfront reduces the expense and the cost on the back end of fighting these massive fires. But again, coordinating across all of our 5 different major firefighting groups today, it's like having 5 generals in the field. They may have different strategies and different tactics. They even had different pay levels. Brooke and I are working to make sure that regardless of which service and branch that you're in, that you're going to have a similar pay, that we're going to have everybody equipped with the right technology to protect them when they're out in the field. Just basic stuff that they don't have today that we were giving our military 20 years ago in terms of, and then using technology to be able to identify fires when they first start. I mean, with the infrared, satellite, drones, I mean, there's technology where we can pick out a fire when it just barely begins and it costs us nothing to put it out, versus when it scales up and becomes these massive fires that endanger communities, lives, and our firefighters. So President Trump, of course, has got a common sense strategy. He's empowering all of the leadership that's standing up here today for us to go get this job done. It's going to get America back in the timber business. We're going to put out fires when they're small and as opposed to when we can't control them when they're large. And we're going to have revenue coming into the federal government from those timber sales, as opposed to those timber leases to the private companies, as opposed to revenue going out through FEMA after the fact when we're cleaning up a mess. So the whole thing makes complete sense. And Brooke and I and Christy and Russ, we're all excited to go out and implement the president's vision.
And we have some of the best timber anywhere in the world, and we don't use it. We've freed it up. Lee Zeldin's done an incredible job in that regard, from environmental restrictions that are ridiculous. And a lot of it's been freed up. The rest of it's being freed up. Some areas will continue to protect, but we're going to be freeing up most of it. And again, we have some of the best in the world. And when I hear you say that we lost more in fires than we produce is so crazy, because we shouldn't lose very much at all. I mean, I could say we shouldn't lose any if it was perfect, but it should not be ever like what we've seen. We're sending billions of dollars to California all the time because obviously in California they are not doing a good job in any way, shape, or form, any other thing either. So with that, I'm heading to Fort Bragg right now. I think the helicopter's landing as we speak. But if you want, we'll take a few questions.
Mr. President, will you invoke the Insurrection Act to deal with the situation in California?
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see. But I can tell you last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks, people with big, heavy hammers pounding the concrete and pounding curbs pounding it, breaking up and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up on bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Mr. President, how soon do you want to see FEMA eliminated? And what's your message to the governors about how much more of an expense is going to fall to states?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be so much the states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll start phasing it in.
Yes, we set up a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future agency as under the Department of Homeland Security to the president's vision. And it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations. And that what the president does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
if a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what the governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave him a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago.
King Cobra.
And you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming, and we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it would have been. It would have been bad. Last night they had total control. If we didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines. We had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon? These are paid insurrectionists or agitators or troublemakers. You can call it whatever you want. And we ended it, and we have in custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen, yeah.
Pardon me, Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. We have, Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You could speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're good, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on, got worse and worse.
They say Florida's
And in
going to be
Minneapolis,
this
that city
weekend.
was burning
Double
down
this long.
7 days, and I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, a total, you talk about an incompetent governor, he's an incompetent person. That he was picked, well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But this guy wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff happens again, we've got to make faster decisions because they don't want to do it. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is. We sent them in, not early, we sent them in late as far as I'm concerned. But big problems, as you know, 3 nights ago, big problems were ensuing. If we didn't send in the National Guard quickly, right now, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground.
The Marines is, a lot of people think, an escalatory step, though. These are guys who fight wars. Are you at all concerned that things could get out of hand with Marines
When I see
in
people
American City?
Throwing concrete into cars, when I see people, the kind of people that I saw on your network doing danger to the police and to the military and to the National Guard, no, it's okay. You know, you start running out of people when you have 2,000 people from a National Guard standpoint. We have a very big military, but the National Guard, they needed a little extra help, and we sent them a little, and we did a great job last night. We had, well, you got a lot of cars go up in smoke and flame and a lot of bad scenes, but it was pretty minor by comparison. This morning it's very calm. We'll see what happens later. But they know if they go there, they're not going to get anywhere because we have the National Guard there. We backed it up with a number of Marines, yeah.
Mr. President, do you agree with Governor Abbott soon signing legislation to mandate the 10 Commandments in school classrooms?
Having to do with what?
Governor Abbott is soon going to sign legislation to mandate displays of the 10 Commandments in school classrooms. Do you support him?
I have to take a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. It'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases. And they really are, they're agitators.
I was wondering if you had any response to Mexican President Sheinbaum, who condemned the violence there. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Said what?
I was wondering if you had any response to what Mexican President Claudine Sheinbaum said in response.
What'd she say?
She condemned the violence in LA.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Well, you think I don't condemn it? I condemn the violence in LA, ladies and gentlemen, but I also stopped the violence in LA. And by doing what I did, I stopped the violence in LA. And that would have been, I think, maybe I'd ask Christie to speak to that. That would have been an unbelievable tragedy. We would be talking, I don't know that would even be here right now. It would have been so bad. I'd probably maybe be out there. I don't know, but Christie, could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum came out and encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that. She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on. If people are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing is not acceptable, and it's not going to happen in America. This president is standing up for the average American who wants to walk their child to school every day safely, run their small business, and provide for their families. That's the action that he's taken. He has every authority under the Constitution to send these National Guard under Title 10 into these communities and make sure that operations go smoothly, that law enforcement officers are protected, that they can continue to do their work without fear of being injured or killed or disrespected, and that they can go home to their families at night. So I'm incredibly proud of the president for activating the National Guard and for sending in these Marines, because these Marines are specifically trained to meet the need that we have on the ground in LA right now. And Governor Newsom has done a disservice to the state of California for many years. The people there should never elect him into a leadership position ever again. He
The
clearly
governor's a
cannot.
nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent.
Terrible
When it
guy.
comes to his railroad that he's building, where it's like 30 times over budget, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now it doesn't even go to San Francisco and LA. It's way short of it. After years of work and overruns like nobody's, those contractors are some of the wealthiest people in the world, I guarantee you that. Because that money goes to those contractors. They just did a number on the wallet of the people of California. That train, you should look at that train. That is the greatest. I've never seen cost overruns. I've seen cost overruns and great incompetence over my life. I've never seen anything like that.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did. I mean, the people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. The people are criminals that allowed these criminals into our country. And I don't think that Biden knew what the hell he was doing. I don't think he even knew about it. But when they opened up our borders for the whole world to come in, yeah, we're going to get them out. We're getting them out. We're starting to get acknowledgement from the courts that, you know, there's a system. They come in without courts and they go out, they want trials and everything else. I think that's starting to work out now. Judges are starting to see what a terrible situation it is. Many of those people that you saw on television last night are criminals that were allowed into our country by Biden. And they want to stay, and we don't want them. And they come from jails, and they come from mental institutions, and they come from all over the world, not just South America. And we're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, you know, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here. We did a great job. The people, you, Christy, and Tom Holman, and all of the people, Pete Hegseth, all of the people involved did an amazing job. We stopped a disaster. And it looks like a planned disaster, not just, this didn't just happen. They had weapons, they had tools, they had everything you needed. I mean, they were throwing iced water in bottles, in glass bottles, at officers and at soldiers. These are, you could not use the word insurrection, but you could also use the word, these are very dangerous people, they're bad people. They were met with heavy force and they folded. And they may be there a little bit tonight, they may be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going there and they're met with a very heavy force. And if they weren't, you would have that city right now would be on fire. It would be burning down. The rest of it, what's left over, because the other fire was started because they wouldn't allow water into LA. They wouldn't allow water into California because they had it all shifted out to the Pacific Ocean. And I turned it around. And I told them to do it in my first term, and they didn't do it. We had COVID, and they didn't do it. And I told them to do it. We did it in the second. Now we have billions of gallons of water flowing down. But Newsom should have done this. He's an incompetent man and an incompetent governor. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President, any message to adversaries as the Army kicks off 250th birthday celebration?
I just think it's amazing. We're going to have a fantastic June 14th parade, Flag Day. It's going to be an amazing day. We have tanks, we have planes, we have all sorts of things. And I think it's going to be great. We're going to celebrate our country for a change. You know, recently, as you know, with World War II, the victory of World War II, I called up France and they were celebrating the victory. Well, we helped them a lot, as you know. I don't have to get into that. but I called up other countries. They're all celebrating the victory. We're the only country that didn't celebrate the victory, and we're the one that won the war. Okay, if it wasn't for us, that war, you would be speaking German right now, okay? We won the war, and you might be speaking Japanese too. I mean, you might be speaking a combination of both. We won the war, and we're the only country that didn't celebrate it. And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Let's move out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And we are prepared for what is coming. We are anticipating that we will have higher than usual activity during this hurricane season. We could have 5 major storms, up to a dozen other hurricane level thresholds that we will meet throughout this season. And FEMA stands prepared and has been working with all of our regions.
Hurricane season really doesn't start getting us really bad till later in the year or later in the summer.
Individuals are out there ready to respond to each state as they bring the necessary resources to take care of their people. But also, sir, you've been very clear that you want to see FEMA eliminated as it exists today. So I'm preparing all of these governors that they will have more control over the decisions on how they respond to their communities so that it can help it happen faster, that they can pre-deploy resources and help coordinate on communication as well. So while we are running this hurricane season, making sure that we have pre-staged and worked with the regions that are traditionally hit in these areas, we're also building communication and mutual aid agreements among states to respond to each other so that they can stand on their own 2 feet with the federal government coming in catastrophic circumstances with funding. But we all know from the past that FEMA has failed thousands, if not millions of people. And President Trump does not want to see that continue into the future. So this agency fundamentally needs to go away as it exists. And we need to have a response to states that supports them when terrible things come and when the worst day of their lives happens, to where the financial resources are there, but they have decision-making power right there in the state to respond. So the next several months, we expect it to be high activity, and the federal government is here to support the people of the United States with President Trump's leadership. While he's doing that, he's also going to make sure that they're better set up for the future so that they have the ability to really take care of their families when a crisis or a terrible storm does hit. We've got many governors that just recently had terrible, tragic losses from tornadoes, from other events that went through their states, and FEMA was extremely responsive, and they've all been very happy. I think, Mr. President, you even spoke to one of those governors this morning, who is very happy, and the Missouri governor as well, who is very happy. As soon as something happens in their state, I'm in direct communication with the governors to make sure they have what they need, but also making sure that they have the ability to make decisions to respond to the people that live in their states.
Thank you very much, great job, everybody. So we want to wean off of FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level. A little bit like education, we're moving it back to the states so the governors can handle it. That's why they're governors now. If they can't handle it, they shouldn't be governor. But these governors can handle it, and they'll work in conjunction with other governors. They'll give each other a hand. The FEMA thing has not been a very successful experiment, very, very expensive, and it doesn't get the job done. You saw what happened in North Carolina under the past administration. And when we got in, we did back. It was and it has worked out well. And again, when you have a tornado or a hurricane, problem state, that's what governors do. And it's much more local and system. Also, forest fires. So, years I've been meeting with head, as they call them, flammable than California, but we don't have forest fires because we clean the floor, we sweep the floor of leaves, of dead
Uh, okay, everybody, this is brand new. This is what's going on right now this morning in Los Angeles, California, in Orange County. That guy looks like he's trying to be a juggalo. This is the second day that the black people kidnapped the Mexican protests. This is brilliant. The black people are like, ah, you Mexicans get out of here. We got to talk. And the Mexicans are falling for it. I don't know what happened to the sound, but they turned it down. I can't turn it back up. I love that the black people took it over. That's great. They're all walking away like, what just happened? I thought this was a Mexican protest. What? Wait, what? Hey, what up? I was sad about that flag, and I was sad about people with dual citizenship to Israel. You can't serve two masters, baby. Tom Holman's having the best day of his life, the best year of his life. If you're interested in traveling in the United States, and especially in Florida, Your Destinations Outdoors is your premium channel for that content and any advice or tips you might need. So we don't just live stream this crazy stuff. We actually do things that are important. There's a whole long list of Trumps we can go through, John. Those are some wild 1987 Oakley sunglasses he's got going on right there. Hello there, I guess Annie. I'm glad to see you were here today. Happy to see. I haven't seen much of Tolga this morning, but I'm pretty sure that if he finds out you're here, he'll pop up because he thought you were fun to talk to. I'm not very fun to talk to. I'm boring as hell. But I am sure glad you're here. I love it that about 30 minutes ago, or maybe an hour ago, the Mexicans were giving a speech, and just like yesterday, a bunch of black people came over, grabbed the mic, and they took it over again. And look, I don't have a dog in this fight, man. If you're here illegally, or if you're on a visa and you're working, God bless you. You do what you got to do. But come on, if you're gonna fight for your rights, don't let somebody else come and kidnap your whole agenda. Oh, that was beautiful. It was on this stream when it started. I might be able to go isolate it and pull it back and play it later, but it was absolutely beautiful. Now the Mexicans are like, okay, yeah, we will start chanting what he says. It reminded me, I don't know how old you are, but there was a rap group out of Miami called Two Live Crew. And Luther Campbell was the leader, and he's saying, hold up, wait a minute, let me stick my blah, 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 blah. But it reminded me of, hold up, wait a minute, let me stick my agenda in it. I loved it. Yes, they are. Hold on a minute. Wow, they're loud. Yes, they are getting paid to protest. Sorry, I was away. My wife wanted me to put ink in her computer, and that's always a stress point. But yeah, they're getting paid. Yeah, they're getting paid to protest. I'd like a piece of that pie myself. I just don't have anything to protest. Well, typically the men don't show up, and look at these weird people. They're out here for cosplay. I didn't know they had ginger Mexicans, but hell, the Mexicans have a Jewish woman president, so I mean, I guess they could have ginger Mexicans. And my OnlyFans page is. There's some I don't know conspiracy theory that they took Adolf Hitler to Chile or somewhere in South America. I don't know where Chile's at. To be honest with you. They took him somewhere else. I don't know, man. I don't. Hey, look, up and down our street every day. Not our street that we live on, but on our main street, and that goes up and down the middle of Florida. It's called Highway 27. We see migrant workers every morning lined up on that road to get on those buses and go work their asses off in those fields. But they're here legally. They're here on work visas. And you know what? When typically it's on Friday when they go to the grocery store and stuff, most of us know that let's let them go do what they got to do because them guys work their and the women work their asses off all week just to go get that little bit of food that they're going to be able to buy at Winn-Dixie, which is our grocery store, or Publix. And so, no, I don't have no problem with migrant workers. I have a problem with illegal immigrants. Oh, look, now it's Palestine. Oh, boy. Yeah, because if they don't, then the farmers get in trouble, and the farmers will have to let them go. So yeah, they walk a pretty tight rope. It's their kids, though. It's their kids that end up being the problem. It's not the guys, the men and women over here working. It's the kids they bring with them. Those these days don't want to work in Simple. And this kid can't be more than 14, 18. Check out the philosophy brain on Brad. Boy, their OnlyFans pages are going to be popping today. Well, then you shouldn't have fucked around and found out, because when the Marines get there, you got that. This is America, honey. Fear is definitely a policy. Ask the Democrats. That's why you're there right now. Hey, look, man, I was just a grunt marine for 24 years. Trust me. The last thing they want is a bunch of jarheads going crazy in there. I'm here to tell you. No, Annie, me myself, I feel like some kind of a great husband hero because I fixed my wife's ink in her printer, and this time it only took me one try. One try. Sometimes me and her are up there for 30 minutes trying to fix that son bitch. I'm like some kind of hero. I can solve the world. I can solve world peace right now because I got my wife's printer to work. They'll love you waving that flag when you get home to Mexico. Juan. And you better pull them pants up before you get to that jail. You can love Mexico and still be an American, but you have to play by our rules. Just like when Americans go to Mexico, we have to play by their rules. It's just how kind of it works. Um, Tell me, I want you to look at me without telling you I want you to look at me. And there you go. Like Trump said, they're not sending us their best. And my OnlyFans page is. Oh yeah, it's a. Um, I never intended to be anything more than just fun. But dang, they make me monetize for a month, then they unmonetize me. But a lot of my stuff was stuff that they no longer allow on YouTube. It was military stuff, and they saw that as violent, but they didn't at first until Susan came along, and that's a long story. I had to delete somewhere around 5,000 videos recently. That said, though, Annie, that extra couple $1,000s a month doesn't hurt for a hobby. They almost literally change them every day. Yeah, most. All right, here's the deal. Sorry, my wife brought me French fries. When Trump was elected, I got hit the first time, and they demonetized my channel because I was a Trump supporter. When he got elected the second time, they deleted my monetization again. Now, here's the deal. If you're putting up content that you didn't make from your own camera, or like I'm doing now in talking over this one, then they won't monetize you. And that's the way it works. But you need 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. Oh no, they are most definitely not going broke. I do that too just to piss people off. I love to use the AI content because they really can't do anything. And then I take it into a cheap clip champ video editor. So it kind of just scrubs the metadata. If you want proof of shadow banning, there are 128 people watching this. 118 of them are from my Facebook, from Twitter or X, and 9 are from Obscure Destinations, my YouTube channel. And I have 360 something thousand subscribers. I know a little bit about the whole shadow ban thing. Hey, Andy, if you used to do true crime, are you a fan of Mike Baudet? Oh, and by the way, America is not stolen land, and the Indians were just people that walked over here from Asia across the Bering Strait. So they're just basically Chinese people that tried to steal America and were too stupid to figure it out. These whores think this is a fucking parade. If you don't know who Mike Boudet is, by the way, he's the guy that did Sword and Scale. Still does it, but not too much on YouTube anymore. If you wanted to show you wanted to stay in America, young man, you should be carrying a leaf blower. Look, it's the last mojito. Sorry. Yeah, they do that. They do that. That's what they do. But I can go out there in my backyard and take a picture of the baby alligator and make it a short. As long as it's a short, I now have 12,000 views within an hour. They don't like me to do live streams. They like me to do shorts because that's where my draw is. But they won't let me make them with guns or anything anymore. So only when that check comes every month. That's the only time that they're allied. I'm trying to. There looks like something's happening over here or about to happen. I hit the wrong button. Let's see here. There. I'm tired of watching. Oh, you got to check out Sword and Scale. Mike, Mike Boudet's pretty cool. He's from Miami, moved to Texas. He's got a lot of old content, I think, and he still did a 24-hour channel here. Played a lot of his old content, and he just got a TV show, I think, on internet investigation discoveries on the ID channel. But Mike's a cool dude, very friendly, very nice going. Supports and loves stray animals. Used to have a duck. I don't know if he still has the duck. I will look up the Kylie Wandi though. I'm a true crime addict, by the way. Yeah, that sounds about like YouTube. Oh yeah, well, yeah. YouTube doesn't like you to talk bad about. You can say anything you want about Americans and straight people, but don't say anything about foreigners or gay people or black people. You can say anything you want. You can destroy white people. But Don't say nothing about if they got a tan. Don't say shit. And I'm not gonna stop saying what I want to say just so I can tickle YouTube's fancy. Because quite frankly, I was a member of YouTube way before Google was. I started this channel in March of 06. Okay, here's something going on. All right, there we go. That's something new. The Seminoles sold out to the feds, and so my family moved to the Miccosukee tribe and not the Seminole tribe. Hey, Serge. Nice to see you back. Man, I watch so much true crime stuff. And right now, I bet you my wife's watching true crime. If I ever disappear, then I'm gone forever because she knows it. But that boy's itching to hit somebody. He's got it ready. For the record, I'm not a fan of the police either. I'm not a fan of the government. If you have a government job, I don't care if it's just picking up dead dogs off the highway. I don't trust you or like you. I'll check it out because I'm not too long from ending this stream and taking a nap. I've been doing this. This stream was 6 hours, and last night I streamed 4.5. At some point, I got to go to sleep. Matter of fact, I think now's when I have to go to sleep because I am done, guys. I've been doing this for almost 12 hours, and I'm whipped. So, I'm sorry.
Beer for Breakfast Morning Show is brought to you by Ground Up Remodeling. Tim will take care of your needs from the ground up. Truly one of the best in Lake Placid, and we wouldn't let anyone else work on our handyman or home improvement needs. Call Tim today.